Yo, what's up, guys? It's so weird how I get an insta queue sometimes. Like, I just queued. Or, well, I guess in like a minute. I guess I hit a queue somewhere. Don't mind if I do.
Select your god.
I'm gonna be back real fast. Alright. I do apologize if I'll be slaving some Wukong today. But I actually really enjoy him as tank. Is what I figured out in the last stream. That is kind of fun. I do like the double knockup. So I might, or will probably play some of that today if I get the chance. Like, I think the main characters I kind of want to play today is Mulan, Tang Wukong, maybe a little bit of Yorm, we'll see. Yorm, last time I played, it was just... Yorm is really hard to play if the enemy team has hands. And, like, he's a good laner. He can definitely still be good, but fucking hell. Yorm is hard to play when people know how to play the game. Hello, Poseidon. Things are pretty chill today. Kind of fucking cold. Or it's chilly. I'm actually sitting with a hoodie on for the first time in a while. Will probably change throughout the day though, as I play some Smite. That usually heats me up quite a bit, whether it be for fucking stress or just, I don't know, focusing too hard. Right, so definitely beats no matter what in this one. Can't really get around that. You're starting Rise, I go to the store. Dude, there's so much stuff to do in Silksong. I just 100% did it last night. It's one of the reasons why I didn't stream yesterday, because I was just like, it's time to finish it. I'm doing it. I'm not gonna 100% it on Steam though, because on Steam, in terms of like achievements and stuff, there's some crazy shit in there I don't want to do. That's like actual speedrunning stuff. I'm not really too interested in that. But yeah, no spoilers, of course. But there is. I did 100% it in game. How many hours do you have? Almost 70. But I was also taking my time. I was not rushing through anything. I was just enjoying my time with it, running around, checking stuff. I'm at 50 or so. It is wild how big the game is. I will say that. I was surprised. Every time I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess I explored everything now. Nope. No, you haven't. And I'm pretty sure I'm still there. Like, I'm not done with the game. I have 100%ed it in terms of the percentage. But I'm not, I still haven't finished like the journal and stuff. There's still stuff that I can find. So I will go back. I'll probably just play it again tonight.
Very well done indeed, sir. Cancel that.
Okay, you're right.
Oh, dude, timing.
Okay.
Mid buff is terrible. Played a ton today and kind of got tired of it for a bit. Fair. It is daunting. Like there was like days where I also just kind of needed a break because this is how I feel in general, like Metroidvanias and or like even with games like Elden Ring, where sometimes there's just so much to do and your mind constantly like tries to figure out what you should be doing, and that just kind of gets exhausting for a while. So despite me absolutely loving those types of games, they will weigh on you for a while, I think. Like just the feeling of being overwhelmed is pretty easy to, funny enough, like it's that feeling in of itself makes me want to take a break sometimes. Oh shit, I was taking a sip. Well, I guess I just have an open water bottle in front of me right now. I think my usual boxing at level 1 on Wukong here won't help into a Thor. He's too good at that. Hammer too strong early on. Don't want to fight. Absolutely gotta go strength, man. Always. Shit's way more fun. Oh my god, I was really hoping I was gonna get the 3 off of that one creep. Maybe now I can fight back when I have my Duckle knockup. Duckle? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate him beating for me. It's very nice. Thor is a bit much. Good thing I went double pots. Otherwise I might have been cooked.
I'll attack! I'll attack! Enemy has been slain.
If only it was up in time.
Enemies in left lane.
Should be a bit easier once I have my items online. I don't know if this is a Devil's Angle though. Probably is, because I think if I can't go Brawlers, I think I should go Devos. I kind of like Brawlers on him. But yeah, I mean, this isn't really a Brawlers game. They don't have a single heal. Hello, Yeto. I don't think I'll be able to fight a tank Thor no matter what. Because he just naturally will box me anyway. So I don't think I can box him like that. And obviously with this strength build, I won't be able to poke him as easily as with it. But we'll see how it goes. There's no way I should die, at least. That's the main thing.
Enemy spotted.
Cancel that.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing.
It's tragic.
Enemy ultimate's down. Rain shall wash them away.
Yeah, he ultimates hadn't backed yet, so we'll see what he buys now. He went Devils as well. That's good for me, honestly.
Enemies in left lane.
What do I buy here, though? I don't actually know what I want to buy here.
Be careful
Retreat.
that.
Delete the store long enough, I'll be back.
Left
Alright,
lane.
see you in a bit.
Away.
Gank.
Have a nice trip.
Tower.
Retreat.
Let's clear this fast, maybe go for the flame brands. Fire brands. Fucking hell, I'll never get the name.
Be right back. Your middle tower is under attack. Eat my cudgel. Fall before me. Eat my cudgel.
Eat my cudgel. I do think they should have went more trickster with this Loki, with this Wukong. I thought Loki was trickster, but he's really he's kind of serious in Smite.
Enemy missing.
And he's really not at all in lore. He's an absolute piece of shit. In a jokey kind of way.
That unless your middle tower is under attack.
Ultimate down.
An enemy has been slain.
It wouldn't be appropriate for me to brag.
Be right back.
Especially into characters like Thor, this version of Wukong isn't good.
Rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Fuck bro, I don't know what to build though. Let's just go breastplate, because I know I'm on cooldown. It will be hybrid as well, so like I won't go full tank. Probably will like fit in like a shifters and stuff like that in this.
Enemies in the left jungle.
completed.
Yeah. Your left tower is under attack.
Attack left lane.
On my way. The rain shall wash them away.
I think I'll pass.
You're welcome.
Gank. That's
On
too
my
bad.
way. Your middle tower is
Ultimate
under
is
attack.
ready.
Stand your ground. Plan.
Also,
Fortunate. Wasn't aware that bot stayed. I saw him backing, but I guess he stuck around after probably saw me rotating. The bot's all kind of fucked up there, that whole situation. Are you up? Yes.
fall before me. Eat my cudgel. Fall before me.
Did lose a pretty big wave.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing. Tad unlucky that. I'll attack the lane. Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing. Tad unlucky that. Shut down! Enemy ultimate's down! Oh, very strong!
Thanks. Curses. Enemy spotted. Completed. Curses.
Sure, they can get these in time. 40 seconds.
The harder they fall.
That's okay.
Completed.
Completed.
Did not expect Athena of all things to be the one to show up.
On my way. Enemy missing right. Be careful
I'm
middle.
sure I'll see you in the lane.
Enemy has been slain.
Though we'll rotate, guess.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Enemy left. Oh, 2 moves back.
Oh my god. Just looking for the cooked.
The rain shall wash them away.
Defend left lane.
Your left tower is under attack. Vista, amigo.
I'm sure I'll see
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Well, Agni came back, I guess.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I got greedy. I'm so bored in my lane, I don't know what the fuck I'm even doing right now. My lane is so immensely boring with Thor.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Probably should get some worse in the map as well. We keep kind of getting out-rotated, it seems like. No, dude. Oh, I mean, at least I'm Tiger and not the bird. But fuck me, dude.
Fire giant.
Enemy missing right.
I didn't know he was in the air, dude.
Enemies in right lane.
Oh man, and if I had a knock up, I wouldn't have died either. I'm so mad, bro.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I thought I chose the board too. That's the thing. Like when I don't have the actual targeter, it's kind of hard to tell when I'm what I'm actually choosing. Unfortunately.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
He also has. He actually has both. I cannot fight him then.
The Pyram
Yeah, he has both of these fucking items.
tower is under attack.
Well, I'm also 2 levels down. Now you can enjoy attack speed. Yeah. Sure can.
Completed.
I imagine he'll probably defend. Yeah, there is.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Enemies incoming! Your middle tower is under attack.
This battle.
Range, wash them away! Your middle tower is under attack. Fabuloso! Oh, yes!
Attack. Enemy middle lane.
Enemy ultimate down!
I don't have an ult, man.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. That was a good fight.
Enemies in left lane.
Fucking hell, bro. I keep
All I need.
pressing anything other than the goddamn boar in this game with the ox. It's so annoying, because I'm literally just disabling myself by not going for the ox. I need that knockup.
Retreat.
The pyroman has arrived.
Retreat mid lane. I'm building stacks.
On my way. Enemy ultimate down.
Okay.
I might ult just so I can get the ox, because it's so annoying to play without it.
Your left tower is under attack.
I challenge you.
Your right tower is under attack. Protect me into the next fight. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
This is looking pretty tragic so far. We're not really playing much as a team.
candy.
I want to get wards. I'm kind of afraid of them just kind of rushing fire. They'll do a pretty decent burst with it. With a crit Jingwei.
Defend the fire on my way.
Best of luck with the games, I appreciate it, man. Looking a bit rough so far. We're not that far like, in terms of kills, but in terms of farm, it is pretty grim.
Attack.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ah, they're running the other way. Yeah, I mean... Okay.
Ally has been slain.
It's cooked.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Maybe I can defend. Strong, maybe.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle
I mean, I don't know why the fuck Snotty is not here, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess Snotty is just trolling at this point. Though I guess I'm trolling too by actually going in.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I'm pretty sure we could have defended that as 2 people, though.
Ultimate is ready. Defend the fire giant.
I'm just not really sure what's happening in this game. It seems like my whole team is giga tilted.
Team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
I've just been slapping a Thor in my lane with literally nothing happening the whole time. I don't even know what's going on. He's probably dead here too, which really sucks, because we cannot defend without him, I think. If he somehow lives though, that'd be huge, but I think he dies.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Enemy has been slain. Jaguar.
Challenge.
Let me ult! Of course, why not?
Your Titan
Guess I should have done it before. Not that it mattered though. I couldn't have defended it alone as tank.
has left the game.
Did something happen early? No, I'm not really too sure. I mean, my Bacchus obviously is just generally dying a lot, but I'm not too sure what specifically happened for my team to tilt. It was hard enough to focus on what the fuck was happening in my lane, which was mindlessly boring, because it was just me and Thor hitting each other. Truly felt like a Smite 1 lane. Where just none of us are dying. The only way any of us die if we're getting a gank. And yeah, it was just really boring. On her bug is useless. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a name I've seen in my old games a lot. So he probably has somewhat low SR. But it's a thing I've seen the Jingwei as well a few times. So I guess it was even on that point. This was one of the games though where like this is why the Strength Wukong isn't good. He just doesn't do any damage. If you're building him like even as hybrid, I felt like I did no damage. But it was also hard because we never really like played as a team when I was there. We were always like either one man down or yeah, already losing the fight hard at the time. Back to dealing damage, I guess. That's enough Strength Wukong for now. That was all it took. Yeah, I mean, that was all it took, man, for me to just not want to play the Strength Wukong again. It wasn't even because of it felt bad, actually. It's just playing that into... I think this would do anything to me if I'm just playing into another tank and we're not doing any damage to each other. It's just boring. Vargas is 4.2. Yeah, I mean, probably adds up, yeah. I also want to like clarify, I don't think he's bad, but I do think that you can obviously feel the difference between someone who is 4k and someone who's 5k, right? And that Barkas is one of them. He was also playing Barkas into a very heavy CC comp, so if he jumps at any point, he could just be completely one-shot. That's also like a god issue. Sure. I wasn't actually thinking I wanted to play him today, but I guess I'll do a Tsuku game. I haven't found it very fun in solo though. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think he's not only bad in solo. I think he's also obviously borderline broken in jungle. I think he's not great in solo. Like he just can't really fight almost anything.
Select.
And I really hope that's not a Baron solo, because if it is, I literally can't play the game. If the Baron is good, that is. But at this point, it's hard to care. I still have never seen the aspect. Is this actually good? I keep forgetting it exists. I actually want to try it in practice, because I don't really know how it looks. Is this good? Should I go for this? You don't get the stun, yeah, but... It's a much safer ult. I think one of the biggest, like, weaknesses, quote-unquote weaknesses he has, is that he will always go in when he ults. So you can always counter that by just going on him the second he goes in. It's not that good? Interesting. I mean, I would imagine so, because I never see it. Even when he's open, people are still playing normal one, but that's interesting. I would have expected it to be OP as fuck. But okay. Okay. I think I might go Int anyway this game, to be honest. Well, maybe I don't go Int. I think Int is better for late game, which is my general thought process of wanting to do it in solo. Because then I can just farm for late game. But I don't think I can get there, man. Especially if I'm dealing with like a Baron. It's already a terrible early. Not to mention losing the stun is real bad. But I think I'm dead anyway. I don't know, I might go Int. The more I look at it, the more I feel like I should just go Int. To go sustain, build a soul gem. Yeah, I actually could do that. There's also Bancroft. Do I go Conduit then? I think I might go Conduit. Even if the cooldown is real nice. Kinda want that early game clear if I'm going for an Int build. Should I go Brackies as well then? I've seen some people do that. Because you're kind of building for the autos with like a poly build. Maybe don't go Bancroft. No. Actually wait. Maybe I go Bancroft into poly, into Soul Gem.
That's too bad.
Hello, Valerian.
Curses.
Yeah, I might be a little experimental this game. I don't think it's gonna matter anyway. Like if I do something on this character, it's gonna be because I'm playing it well, and not because I'm building int or strength for that matter. Jumping into your backpack, bro. I don't think I'm gonna have a good time in this game. Their whole team comp is so anti-Tsukuyomi, I feel like. At least I'm into an Anubis, though, I will say that. Of all the things I could have met on that team, Thor and or Baron would be so much worse. Like, almost unplayable levels of bad. We'll see, though. I mean, Gunter has DC'd. Is he back, though? No, he's not.
An enemy has
There
been
it is.
hurt.
Good. I do at least want to play it out.
Minions have spawned.
Yes, that's too bad.
Conduit just feels so nice, man. That extra damage is so good out of the one. Love to see it. I'll just prioritize the poke for now. It's not like I'm gonna win the wave clear.
This won't miss.
Enemy missing in the yellow right.
Strike. Watch your step.
It's not a bad start though. I'll take early beats.
This won't miss.
Be careful. No problem. Completed.
Somewhere. Shingetsu. Strike.
I want to poke so badly, but
My
just focus on the farm as well. Just make his one a spectral auto. I feel like we shouldn't give him any more buffs. I think he's fine as he is.
They just rained on your parade.
Actually, no, never mind. I think I'll still just try the Bancroft build, but I really should probably just go. Realistically, should have gone Lifebinder.
Enemy missing left.
Like Lifebinder is I believe I did that last time though, which it does suck in terms of damage, but that item will just actually give you some kind of way to fight back, because you have so much sustain. Yeah, I mean, I think it could work with this build. It's just, I'd rather not when I'm looking for a more lifesteal oriented builds.
Too bad.
I guess we're not getting the rocks. It's my bad. I was leaving them for him. Didn't think Thor was still gonna be around.
Is under attack.
This won't miss. Enemy spotted.
Let's grab this and back.
Enemy missing, enemy missing, enemy missing.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy
Save your son, save
out
your
of
son.
banner. Ally has been slain.
Mangetsu. Burn Mangetsu. Strike.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And I guess I have to level the Caltrops second, because they... No, I did that last time, and I said I don't like that. Maybe I don't do it then. This is my past self. I don't remember why, but... I guess they're just kind of unreliable.
Watch your step.
In range, wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack.
Wow. Didn't expect him to juke into the Caltrops.
Is under attack.
So much poke wasted. So much potential damage. Can't really do those by myself either. When the fuck is the support here? That's twice. Twice in 2 games the support shows up pretty early and sunders them. Right in front of me.
An enemy has been slain.
You're welcome.
Let's actually rotate on this.
In range shall wash them away. Ultimate is ready. Gang.
Or not.
Strike. Enemy missing.
An enemy has been slain.
On my way. Enemy missing. Be careful.
Enemy ultimate down.
Almost fucked that one up. Jumped away from my one. It's like all my damage. Could go Umbral Link and heal your team is dead. No, I think if I go Umbral Link, I'll just end up... It's pretty heavy on it. It's a tank item, right? It's like a weird... Weird tank item. Yeah, it won't give me any damage. I don't think... If I am going lifesteal, I'm absolutely going full damage. Like, no question. I gotta just heal as much as possible. Like, Soul Gem is the only item that is lifesteal that I think you can just build on most things, just because of how powerful it is. But I don't generally recommend, actually. If you want to go lifesteal, you should just go all in on damage. Feels kind of way wasted otherwise.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy missing.
The rain shall wash them away. This won't miss.
Thor's dead. Baron's over there. Oh damn, I guess Anubis went into them. Damn it.
No problem.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
This is a pretty low power build for the most part, though. Why do I keep drinking into it?
The Pyromancer has arrived. Shingetsu, strike! Enemy spotted. Be careful left.
I mean, there's no one here. Surely I can just go for tower. They said people were coming. No one's coming.
Vista, amigo. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ultimate is down.
Yank.
Enemy missing. Oh, the party's this way.
I mean, what are we doing then? I thought fucking Poseidon's rotating mid. They're all fucking initiating on me. Should be free. And we've wasted so much on a Pele who still hasn't died. At least they got one, but that's crazy. Pele not dying there is so criminal. They need to stop using everything they have at the same time. I didn't make it.
Cancel that. Completed.
Enemy spotted!
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Come swiftly. Enough.
Very well done indeed, sir.
Enemy
This won't miss.
for middle.
There we go. Finally, something worked out.
That's too bad.
Enemy spotted.
Ultimate is ready.
And the rain shall wash them away. Attack left lane. Enemy has been slain. Strike.
Enemy missing middle. Bye.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Watch your step. This won't be
Ultimate is down. Shut down. Gang. Double kill.
Missing right.
Oh,
Enemy
you
missing
move like
right.
a jaguar. Ooh.
It's so jarring playing the two without having the movement speed on. It really just does feel a lot worse. But I do think it is a good addition to making him essentially a mage, removing that part of him. And then adding the range. Do think it's smart.
Strike.
Let's get Devos. I probably won't be going pen this game, I think, since it's just Baron. Don't really feel that's worth it. I'd rather just go for more power. Go for the big one-shots.
Ultimate is ready. On my way.
Blood Bomb Poke as well. What a lane we've had. Both characters went for Bancroft.
Enemy missing right.
Behind us. Like a jaguar.
Behind us.
An enemy has been slain. Make it like a baby.
The classic Janus portal issues.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Oh, how refreshing.
I will say, by the way, guys, I actually checked my on tracker. I haven't won a single Tsukuyomi game. I've got him like 6 times, so I'm essentially 0 wins and 6 losses on him. Granted, I can't fully say it was my fault, obviously. I don't ever really think that way. That being said, is this the one? Suppose we'll find out.
Enemies incoming.
I'm surprised I haven't got ganked a single time, though. Like, very surprised.
Ultimate is ready.
Shingetsu. Strike.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your
This won't miss.
Your left tower is under attack.
Guess I'll defend fire if they're all going left to gank this single Sol.
Shingetsu, strike!
Rain shall wash them away. Bye.
This won't miss.
I have returned. Oh, interesting.
Your right tower is under attack.
Shingetsu, strike!
What I did like seeing was how much I healed. If I can get my ult off before I die, I'll actually get a pretty nice heal out of...
Be right back. Wait.
Let me catch him. They warded, of course. I get a pretty nice heal out of getting my ult off. And that was just on one target too.
Attack fire giant. Group up.
Set up an ambush here.
Alright, full rod. Let's go. The Tsuku will still give mitigation? I assume it does, because otherwise he's just super cooked. Yeah, 20%. Still not that much though. That's still gonna hurt like absolute crazy if you get hit by something big.
This won't miss. Mangetsu, burn bright! Behind us! Before me!
I went for Thor, but yeah, he just TP'd away. So I had to ult the Sol who is in her 3. Real smart.
Destroy the middle enemy tower. Ultimate is ready. Destroy the middle enemy Phoenix.
Return to base.
Don't get why I would ult you just to fuck off again, because he was pretty much low and he was looking for just a quick stun to TP back out because Sol was going in. It is a smart move.
The fire giant.
No problem.
Be right back.
You see that play quite a lot in competitive as well. It's just you go in, you just get a stun, and like if you get beats, whatever, there isn't really much danger for it because Thor is so safe. It's very easy to land on someone, even if they beat, you can still TP out pretty safely.
Enemies in left lane! Shingetsu, strike! Yes!
Enemy
Ambush
missing.
here.
Attack! Enemy missing! Ultimate is ready! Gank!
Gank!
Enemies in left lane!
Enemies in left lane.
Your left tower is under
Enemies
attack!
in left lane! The party's here! Enemies!
We got fire at least, but
Phoenix is under
ow,
attack.
everyone on me. I guess I was good bait.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Enemy spotted.
Surely he gets this kill eventually. Yeah, good job. I didn't realize we weren't fighting back and we're just on fire, so that's still fine. The fact we get fire is completely fine, but it also just meant that I was just absolutely cooked once I got out of my ult.
Save yourself. Too bad.
Do I want any cooldown? Or do I want more lifesteal? Dude, maybe I go Bloodbound. Fuck it. Let's go Bloodbound. If I pop Bloodbound before my ult, and I get the chance to just heal back up, maybe that's actually clutch. Maybe that's tech.
Your right tower is
So who got through bans? Yeah, it happens once in a while. I mean, I mentioned earlier in my in the stream as well, in this game actually, that I haven't won a single game on him, despite I've gotten like 6 games on him. He feels good, don't get me wrong, but playing him from solo is not the play. He's not a good solo laner, but he is a good jungler. Or a mid for that matter.
destroyed.
The enemy on my way.
Your team has destroyed the gold tower.
Be careful.
Enemy has been slain. Be careful, middle.
On my way.
Oh my god, dude. Straight into the double ult. Or not double ult, but like... Stop ignoring the soul.
Enemy has been slain. Rain shall wash them away.
Dude, I just got fucked up by a soul there.
Enemy spotted.
Wait. I was about to say, I thought it was top mitigate for a second. I was like, there's no way.
Down. Follow me. The way.
Enemy will save you. Save yourself. Save yourself.
Bye. Ally has been slain. Your Titan is under attack. I'll defend left. Be careful.
On my way. Be careful. Group up. Won't miss.
Kinda don't have any cooldown, which is real not good.
Watch your step.
Ultimate coming.
Shingetsu. Fuck this land.
Colossal. You move like a jaguar. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
I guess we didn't get Pele.
It is down. I'll defend.
Attack fire giant.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Yes.
Return to base.
I think we just zero fire instead. I don't really think we end with Pele and half of us, or like all of us pretty much being low.
On my way.
It was a bit awkward. Like I was looking for like a decent initiate, or like just some poke really, but it just ended up being an all-out fight. I was not ready for it. I was in a pretty bad position while then like I just had minions on me and shit.
This won't miss. Watch your step. Getsu, good right. I am divinity. Getsu, strike.
Oh my god! I mean, at least he dies for it, but it's so annoying, man. It's just fucking trying to Juga Thorald for my fucking life here. No, but I will say this. The main thing I can say, obviously I was against an Anubis, so I was able to just play my early game normally. Or my laning phase. But I do think Int feels better in solo than Strength. Because Strength isn't as powerful, I think, late game for the poke and all that. I feel like I'm playing this like a Wukong. I guess we can't. We gotta get more Phoenixes and towers, I guess. Instead of trying to push in. Looks like we can't.
Return to base.
Yeah, I mean, it has better poke items as well, that's also a part of it. But I think Strength is just good all around, like throughout the whole game, whereas Int is primarily good late game. I think a good way to look at it is that Strength has really OP cooldown items, Int has really OP damage items.
Watch your step. This won't miss.
Having the early cooldown and poke more often can essentially lead to the same amount of damage output.
Enemy ultimate down. Save yourself. Make him like a baby.
Group up.
Group up. Thanks.
We need to stop running around alone, we're actually just throwing this.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Yeah, Deso definitely is like a little nerf in terms of the power it has. Like 100 straight up is so insane. It's so powerful, but it's once again like it's not like it does much else. Like 10 cooldown isn't that much,
Strike.
though it's still cooldown. Who did the big one and left the small ones? What the fuck is that?
Getsu, boom right. Be careful.
I mean, if we get a kill, that's good, but
Retreat middle lane. No, dear. It's a trap. Wait. Curses. Group up, everybody. Wait.
Yes.
Watch your step.
Enemies incoming. On my way.
Be careful. Be careful. Yes. On my way. Be careful.
The enemy has been slain.
Enemies have returned to base.
This won't miss.
Hello.
Enemy incoming.
I didn't think we were gonna fight that. I was gonna get the fuck out.
On my way.
I'm behind them.
Ally has been slain.
A new threshold.
Crushing Getsu. Strike. This will come swiftly in now.
Enemy has been slain.
Incoming.
Come, the party's due. Destroy the middle enemy
I
Phoenix.
will not be stopped.
Follow me.
Attack fire giant! Group up!
Enemy spotted.
Guess I'm just back. I'm just healing so much. Like, once I get my ult off, it's just free healing. So as long as I can get a good poke, it actually legitimately feels like playing Morrigan. In like how it functions. You poke with your 1-2, essentially, and then you ult into something else and blow your whole kit. That's kind of what it feels like. Just in a slightly different way, you know?
Enemy has been slain.
Why me, you ass?
Free your soul.
Attack the Titan.
Oh, I don't want to hold that.
Rain shall wash them away.
This build was pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie. The lifesteal build,
Victory.
It's a trap.
once again, though, I don't think this works as well if you're against an actual frontline in lane. Because then my whole laning phase is just so negated, and I can't really fight back for the majority of it. Not to mention, not a single Thor gank in this entire game when I was 1000% sure that it was gonna happen. Because what the fuck can Tsukuyomi do against the Thor gank? The answer is nothing. He's gonna wall me off, I'm dead. Especially into Anubis as well. I'm surprised that I never saw him once. I was just kind of left alone for the majority of this game. Yeah, when I say 10 isn't much in terms of CD, I just mean like a lot of the mage items you're seeing right now has like 20 and 25. And like Soul Gem and, not Soul Gem. Soul Gem has 10 as well, which is also just random. But I was thinking more of like Gem of Focus. Like Gem of Focus, Chronos Pendant type stuff. I don't think mages should be stronger early, though. Mages are already fine early. Like, roles, not everything should be equal at all times. Tanks are going to be very good from early to mid, but then they get much weaker going into late. Mages becomes somewhat weak, but they only go stronger with time. ADCs right now are just kind of strong at all times, which is, you know, they obviously kind of also get stronger with time, but I like, not every role should be equal. They need to be strong at different times. I don't think we should make mages stronger early at all. I think that there is like in the previous times, solo or not solo, mid was incredibly weak early on. I don't think I want to play ADC.
Select.
It was very weak early to the point where it needed buffed. Like, if you don't do anything at all, sure. But right now that's not the case. You can definitely fight early as a mage. Obviously not necessarily into like ADCs and stuff, but yeah. Right now, mages are arguably the strongest characters in the game. Like, mages and ADCs... Oh shit, I'm picking something. Dude, I did not realize I was picking. Holy shit. I guess I just went Anubis. Fuck. I was so close to dodging that. Whew. But I don't really want to play Anubis. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah. I've seen the same, like, a lot of people also kind of talking about not wanting the 3k pots to stack. And I can understand why that's somewhat controversial. I think it's cool, personally, because they're meant to close out a game. Because like now you've reached a point where you're full build, and the game needs to end, man. You gotta end this fucking game. So you just have this infinite stacking thing that will help you end the game. I think that's a cool idea. Because otherwise you have like Smite 1 games just lasting for hours sometimes. It's fucking crazy. Like the games in Smite historically have been too long. I think right now it's actually in a good spot.
Anubis, Death's shadow.
It's not a good idea. You become afraid of air. But I think that's the point, isn't it? Like, the game has gone so long that you need to end it now. Like, usually when you start getting to 3k pots, it's what, like 30 to 40 minutes already? At that point, the game should start to end. Like, it's Jover. Get it going, you know? They're purely just a means to end it. And it's not like you instantly start stacking them, right? You get one, and then you have to get 3k again. You know, it's not like it happens instantly. It takes a while for them to actually stack up. Personally, I think it's really cool. And yes, does it take less skill to win then? Absolutely, because you're starting to one-shot stuff. But that's the point. What am I against? Ra? Guess, yeah, actually that makes sense. Is this an Aegis game or a Blink game then? Probably an Aegis game, but at the same time, Blink is something that could help me initiate for myself. But I think I'm gonna get cooked if I don't go Aegis. So. I'm probably gonna go Bancroft again. I might as well just do another lifesteal build now that I'm playing Anubis. What else would I build? The thing is, though, what is the alternative? If we don't have a 3k pots to end games anymore, we're just gonna watch each other for the rest of time? Like, that's so much boring, man. That's so much more boring than just become OP and end it. It's not like it's less, like, you probably the team that should be winning probably wins anyway by them getting 3k pots. It's not like it's still everyone is on equal ground. Sure, like some gods will benefit more of it, like Vulcan or Wukong or whatever the fuck, right? But ultimately, it's still the team that is. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? Like ultimately, it's like probably still deserve the win. I don't really see what the issue would be. Personally, minions were just nerfed, so I don't think they're the problem anymore. I lost the minion. What fucking year is this? Late game, they should be more tanky. I think they just nerfed fire minions though, so that's something. Because they were definitely too broken. But yeah, I'm not too sure. We'll suppose we'll see what happens when they ultimately make some map changes. I mean, the reason why Soul and Sub can initiate isn't because of... Oh, that's really bad. Uller DCing in the middle of a fight or whatever over there. That looks like some shit timing. I mean, are we pausing or what are we happening? What's happening here? A lot of it is a skill issue. I will say that. As a solo and support, like players, like they don't know how to initiate a lot of the time. I will say though, it does feel like somewhat bad. This is also why I don't play a whole lot of frontliners these days. I think this is more of a rank issue though than it's an actual game issue. I think in competitive, you would absolutely have two tanks and then they're both going to be initiating. 1000%. I think the game is designed that way. Problem is, there is no competitive at the moment. And the average ranked person will not know how to fucking initiate properly. Or how to position themselves on an actual siege. I think that's the bigger issue. But this isn't new. Like, this happened in Smite 1 too. That's why they're making it easier to end the games as well. It's because the casual players, for the most part, do not know how to end the damn game. Like, it's the worst part is, it's not even like an opinion at this point. Like, it's Hi-Rez's literal statistics. People don't know how to end games. It's why they keep making shit easier. Like, I'm not even joking. It's literally why it's baby mode at this point. People don't know how to end the game. And I don't mean that just in like a casual sense. Like, in high level ranked, sometimes people don't fucking know how to end either. So wrong? I'm not though. Hi-Rez has specifically said that. I'm just stating what they're saying. I don't care if I'm saying it or not. It's not even my opinion. It's just what Hi-Rez has said. Most of the time in high level ranked, games are stomped. Like you hear like pros complain about this all the time.
Your right tower is under attack.
In high level, people know how to push elite. Problem is, there's not that many high level people left anymore. Unfortunately. Oh my god, my Uller is just DCing on cooldown here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Will not fall.
Enemy ultimate down.
Feel your life force slip away.
Your left tower is under attack.
Probably just a surrender angle.
Wash them away.
If Uller keeps DCing and we already used our pause, this is not really a
Your middle tower is
way to play.
Your right tower is under attack.
You don't have to agree, man. It's just an opinion, man. You can have a normal discussion with someone without agreeing with every single point of their conversation. We can just simply agree to disagree on some things. That's fine. There's no right and wrong. People need to just stop thinking there is a right and wrong in every conversation. I'm not even arguing with you. It's just a discussion. This is a one-sided like argument from your end. If you think this is an argument,
Defeat.
I don't really have an opinion on it. I don't really care that much about it. It is what it is. And I highly doubt Hi-Rez is lying about the game length. Like, otherwise they wouldn't actually just change the game, you know? But who knows? Ultimately, none of us really know. Also, I don't think we can compare League and Smite just on a different scale. Because League has actual, like, so many fucking players. Smite does not. There are so varying skill levels in Smite, even at high elo at this point, so it doesn't really matter. I'm saying that long games exist because people are bad. That's correct. But like most of the good players this might have left. I think it's fine to have the opinion that you think games are hard to end. I just don't agree with it. I think they can be if games are even. But I also think people don't know how to end. And this is specifically something Hi-Rez has stated so many times. Like, I'm not really, like... If you think, like, you can still keep your opinion. I'm not trying to change it. But I trust when Hi-Rez says that casuals don't know how to end. I mean, there will be games specifically that are hard to end, of course. I'm not saying every game isn't. I'm saying the majority of games are not. One game can be hard to end. 5 cannot be. You know, it's not like it's not hard to figure out. But dude, you can't base it. You can't generalize a single thing. That's not how things work. Like in competitive, sure. I mean, if you have like 10 really good players in a single match, then yeah. I mean, realistically, there should be potential for a long game because it's even. It's not like I can show you my history too. Sometimes I have some long games too, but on a general sense, which I'm talking about, I can show you right here. On a general sense, it's just stomps. Like, see this one, almost like 2 50-minute games right here. But in this game, this is way more of us being bad at ending the game. We could have ended this so long ago, but we just kept going in and forcing stupid fights. That's my point. This one, a stomp. Everything down here, literal stomps. I'm saying, on a general sense, games are not hard to end. But obviously, you're gonna have some games that are hard to end, as you should have. But if you ask any pro, probably they will more than likely say that Smite 2 is incredibly easy to snowball. Once you get a lead, it is fucking hard to lose it. The game is so heavily in your hands. Like, I've played competitive for fucking years, man, in Smite. This is definitely one of the more snowbally metas Smite has had. Just period. You can take so much fun from the enemy once you have a lead. You can so easily one-shot people. Like, it's crazy. Once again, though, if you want to have your opinion about it, that's fine. I'm just putting mine out there. We don't have to agree on things. Like, literally anyone that has hands and knows about the game knows how unbalanced Smite 2 is right now. That doesn't make it any less fun, necessarily. I think the game is still fun, even though it's unbalanced as fuck. But the game is not fucking made for competitive. It's so unbalanced. You can abuse so much shit in the game. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point too. Like, comeback potential is also very high, because the damage is so high. As long as you have the damage, I think, okay, let me put this in a way I think that makes it a bit easier to understand. I think once you have plus 3 or 4 items, there is high comeback potential, even if you're behind. But before that, you're just not strong enough. Items are so powerful that they can absolutely give you enough damage to fight back. But I think there are a few like things that needs to happen. You need to be at high enough level. You can still get completely shit on. Like you can be 0 and 5, whatever, and your enemy is 5 and 0. But as long as you're keeping up in levels, you can still fight back. A lot of that stuff comes also just down to farming. If you farm well, you can always fight back. There are definitely things you can do. But I think, as someone who has literally just leveled an ult from 0 to what is it, 4? I think it's 4.3 now on my ult. The main thing I have noticed in lower elo and just casual, I guess casual mindset, I don't know how to put it, but they don't know how to farm. They always go for kills. That's the shit I'm seeing. And by always, I obviously mean in a general sense. The most people I've seen, if they're really far behind, they still just don't go farm. They go for kills. That's the main important thing that they always go for. They're looking for kills. You can literally just get back into the game by just killing shit. Like in all the like gold cams and buffs and everything. Like so much stuff to take on the map and so much XP on the map. You don't even have to fight to get fed. If you're stealing all their farm, you're getting fed. But anyway, it's been an interesting conversation though. Like I'm down to hear it from a different perspective. Alright, I need to take off my fucking hoodie. It's getting hot now. Okay. I haven't even started my Q game today, man. Hour and a half into the stream. Wow, what a shit hand to start with.
Select your god.
I want to play Jingwei. I don't enjoy the fact that I have to play such long games. Yeah, I mean, that is why Hi-Rez has tried to fix it, because I think that's a general consensus that people don't want, like, 50-minute games. Like, I think everyone agrees with you on that one. I don't think any of us want that stuff. That's why they're trying to make it easier to end. That's why they made, like, 3k pot stack. But I mean, they're trying to, like, make ways for someone who may not be as knowledgeable in the game to try and end the games. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure what they could do to fix it. I also would prefer, like, some much faster games. Though for the most part, I do have those faster games in my experience, like during my streams every day, almost every day. With Fire Giant give a buff to minions, whereas we siege easier. I mean, usually we used to have Warhorn for that, but they removed that because it was way too OP. But maybe they could just make it a little worse. I'm not too sure.
Let's kick it poolside.
Yeah, I mean, you'll ever really find like actual communication happen when people know each other. Like, I'll communicate if I have like some of the people that I know in my games. Then we'll just talk over comms. But for the most part, yeah, it's not a whole lot of communication happening. Also, what the fuck? Holy stacking staggerinos and the enemy team. What is that? Why did I actually trade? I don't want to be against Snotster and Vivas. Also, where is my... Do I not have audio on? Oh. Right, I turned it down because of... I was playing on my ult. Okay, that makes sense. I think in Smite 1, it felt more like when you were 10k ahead, you could feel it, but you don't feel that as much in Smite 2.
Stay here, stay here. Sorry.
Careful not to get it wet.
Like, do we even go Death Toll on Jingwei? Like, is that actually something you do? I don't even fucking know. I don't fucking play this character.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa.
Curses.
I had this guy on my team a few times in on my ult. He is such a wild card.
Spawned.
If it wasn't because we were against like these, you know, essentially pro level players, then that would be nice. Maybe Ares jungle would work out then. But I have my doubts. My bad, guys. There we go. Thank you. I just forget sometimes. That's a bad one as well. Yeah, I know the items that I gotta build. I'm just not sure like which starter I should be having. I don't know if Death Toll is really worth it on Jingwei, since crit is so focused on her. Then I could go for the item that actually has crit on it, with the golden, or what is the gun called? Fucking... I don't know, the other starter. Forgot what it's called. The bow. I mean... Fall back, man. We know they're hitting level 2.
Enemy spotted.
Stay back then if we're also getting ganked. Wouldn't that be great? It's not like we're losing Ling like crazy anyway.
Vista, amigo.
What a game to pick Jingwei. I'll be there in 20 minutes, guys. The 2K up already.
Enemy missing upper right.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Retreat right lane! Retreat right lane! Retreat right lane! Konnichiwa.
Your left tower is under attack.
Like,
Your middle tower is under attack.
not really sure what I can do here, to be honest with you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's an Ares jungle. I mean, that guy always trolls.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't know who he is though, but this guy literally always trolls. I mean, I might just go stacking and just fucking... whatever, I don't want to do that. Let's go for something where I can maybe fight early on. I'll go dagger. Should still fit with all the crit build anyway.
The tide calls.
Get him.
Did Bear not have all? I guess he just hit level 5. That's a bit unfortunate. That would have been huge. Don't think it matters though.
The rain shall wash them away.
Quitting ranked has made you happier. Makes sense.
Konnichiwa.
That's too bad.
Nandokusai.
Help middle lane.
Yes.
I think I'll just have to send my Baron away at this point so I can solo farm, otherwise I'll just end up being way too far behind.
Your left tower. Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, I'm pretty... The second I saw the teams, this game was over. That's also why I'm not even upset. This is the very much expected outcome.
Your right tower is under attack.
Whatever. Let's just go rage. Don't even think you need to go rage anymore on Jingwei. I think Musashi's dual swords is pretty cool as well to start with, but this feels like one of those games, if we even get as far, then I might as well just go rage. See if I can get it stacked.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemies have returned to base.
めんどくさい
Get him.
こんにちはこんにちは
Enemy spotted.
めんどくさい
Wash them away.
I'm way too close. Fuck it. I'm gonna go back. Maybe at least get my own buff, actually. That could be cool.
Attack right lane こんにちは さようなら
Ally has been slain.
This is one of those games where I really wish I could help out, but I just don't think it's gonna happen.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Passive fighter
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
And we decided not to surrender. I didn't even press anything.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is
You went
under
Transcendence.
attack. The pirate
Snarly going for the on her one-shot build with the ult. Tragic. Just tanking the whole time. Dude, the slow on the Yamoja 3 was a lot harder than I thought it was. That's kind of crazy. I was so slow when I landed from my 3. Great. And just to make everything better, my upstairs neighbor is fucking hammering the wall.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
I don't even really want to fight it. Not a bad attempt.
Is under attack.
Chase the enemy.
Enemy has been slain. Wash them away. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Worked out actually, so fuck it. Why not? All we lost was an Ares.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This isn't good though. This gives the team hope.
Enemy ultimate down.
They might be going for gold. Okay. They're not.
On my way. Falling back.
I really wanted that speed buff. Guess they wanted it more.
Enemy has been slain.
Another one.
Be careful left. Behind us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
Konnichiwa. Retreat left lane. Retreat left lane. Retreat left lane.
Ultimate is ready.
Go. These kids are playing wrong. Ward the Gold Fury.
Maybe I just go Deathbringer next. Get it over with. No, dude. No, man.
Your left tower is under attack.
Mendokusai.
Splendid job.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Yeah. Guess I'll stick around just in case.
Get him.
Like, the only main issue with our team comp, I'm kind of just looking at it. Because even if we get full late game,
Attack left lane. you are.
Enemy missing. Enemy ultimate down.
Lethal.
Careful left. Enemy missing right.
Like, even if we get full late game, as I was trying to say,
Retreat.
we're relying a lot on me and Giannis to do damage. And since it's a Giannis,
Yourself.
it's obviously not, you know, a 100% secured thing. Oh, that was a great lag spike. I really like that one. Bro, what is with the lag spikes, man? What the fuck is this? Oh, it's my 2! There's no way that happened at the worst possible time. Wow, Giannis does no damage as well. On Susano, it's just that fed, I guess. Yeah, we just don't do any damage. This fight might have gone okay if I didn't lag the fuck out.
On my way. Spotted.
Fuck, dude, I'm just getting knee ulted. I'm just getting fucking knee ulted on cooldown, bro. I just spawned.
Left tower is under attack.
Give me a break.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Be still. The tide calls. Stay alert.
Of course I didn't get hit by Stampede. That's...
Completed.
Sayonara.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yo! Oh, that worked out a little too well for us.
Wash them away. Very, very steady. Yeah.
If only a Cerberus didn't kill me, maybe I could have got a Penta. No Penta for me. Let's get that Looney Bow online.
Destroyed the Gold Fury.
I was debating on whether I want more crit. Because I really wanted Musashi's. But... oh well. I'm just tired of Looney Bow. But it's just too good. I really want the extra attack speed too. Same launch tournament, no Penta. It's tragic. I've only gotten one Penta, I think, in Smite 2. I have it on stream at least. And it was on Raw. Of all things.
lane.
Enemy spotted.
I will ward.
Attack left lane.
One more time.
Attack middle lane.
Dude, I'm just getting fucking knee ulted on cooldown. It's so annoying. I hate this.
Free your soul.
Why are we fighting in mid? For one, I'm dead. And second of all, fucking things. Like, what am I watching? What am I watching?
Your middle tower is under attack.
He has 10 now. Ares has 8. Oh, huge auto damage.
Slay.
I don't believe it! Honor is coming. I'm getting out.
Slippery.
I missed a little too many autos at the beginning of that. Oh well. It is worth noting that Ares also is full damage. It might work just because he has aspect. If he actually gets up behind someone, excuse me, and gets a good, like, 2 stun into an auto, into chain auto, chain auto, chain auto type stuff, maybe he can actually kill someone. I believe in it. Besides from that, we can actually use it to maybe even kill Yamoja once I have enough damage to one-shot in a single stun. Because she can't get out of it at all. Ares ult is actually kind of valuable here.
On my way.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're already on fire.
Toward the fire giant. On my way.
On my way.
Konnichiwa.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
Okay.
I'm so glad he took red.
Group up, everybody. Enemies at the fire giant.
Group up.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Damn, should have waited for the Jonas ult.
A new threshold.
Retreat!
Tragic. I mean, I guess we're just all dying to Susano, dude. On her wasn't there. Neith wasn't there. Who were killing? Who's killing all of you? Well, I guess maybe Ares just isn't here.
Get in the chaka! You get it?
Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, we're just feeling the consequences of having a mage Ares.
Your left tower is under attack.
Help!
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Your left tower is under attack.
I guess they were too low to do fire. Kind of surprising.
Enemies at the fire giant.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Retreat!
On my way.
On my way.
Free your destroyed the fire giant.
Retreat.
Attack.
Retreat!
On my way.
Konnichiwa.
Rain shall wash them away.
There we go. Just had to get it some kind of one-shot on someone while I had the chance. Frontline epidemic. There definitely is one. I mean, support should always be a frontline, right? Solo, though? Solo is a bit up in the air in ranked.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I mean, as I've already said, I think in an actual competitive setting, you would prefer having an actual tank in solo. Because you can play around it so much easier. And when he's not dying for that? Oh my god, I should have not walked up. I didn't realize Susana was here. My bad, I guess. I was so focused on my own thoughts there. That's kind of on me.
Falling back.
Should never woke up in front of a... huge. In front of a Susano and a Yamocha for that matter. When I don't have my ult out. Can't really get out of the ult.
On my way.
Mendokusai.
They're probably just gonna go gold. Or not. He's just sitting there looking for an ult. That's so funny, what the fuck?
On my way.
Wash them away.
I'll attack middle lane.
Attack! Attack!
Destroy that middle end of your left tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Attack!
Okay, okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
Fucking need ult, bro. I was blocked this time, I think, though, which is kind of bad for me. Shouldn't have ulted out then.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa.
Okay.
Fabuloso! I'm getting warmed up.
Yes. Attack fire giant. Group up. Set up an
On my
ambush
way.
here.
Fucking need ult, bro. Neath on her ults.
On my way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thoughts on a frontline, like, I don't really think there's a concrete, like, answer to it either, but, like, my thought on a frontline generally, like, refers to it like an actual tank, like, not Baron, not Scylla, like, someone who has melee autos, someone who is standing in front of the carries at all times. While the Scylla and Baron don't necessarily do that, because they put themselves in danger by doing it. Get them, boys. They're low.
I do believe I'm on the street, right?
Defend middle lane.
Your middle
How did we actually not get a single kill? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Just defend. Thorin is playing so well this game too.
fabuloso.
Can't really go in on that.
On my way.
Attack fire giant.
On my way. On my way.
Enemy on
On it.
On my way.
Be careful.
Let's get this rave started. Drop it low. Defend.
on my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Ally has been slain.
I'm just getting Neath ulted into Sun ulted. It's fucking insane. I'm gonna sell this now. I'm gonna get this instead.
Let's party.
Ta-da.
Retreat. Immune pressure.
Turn it up. Another one. Okay.
Be careful. Ward here.
At least Neath ult is down for now.
Over here.
And I can't auto through it, otherwise he would have been dead. All these methods of blocking they have is absolutely fucking up my damage. And Neath ults back up. Dude, this is fucking insane. What? Aw, sucked the 2 missed. Good damage though. I mean, it's just unfortunate.
Your left phoenix has been destroyed. Your right phoenix is under attack. Your titan is under attack.
Yeah, that sucks. Is he fucking Caps? Like, what the fuck? He plays like him, doesn't he? Is that just me?
Defeat.
It's not Bib. Everyone knows it, because Bip doesn't do anything in terms of... He's the only one I can think of that plays like him. But... I don't know. I'm not really so sure. I've only started seeing him recently. Full int Aries. Spamming VGS. Yeah, I mean, Susano, I mean, is it a surprise? Like, his enemy jungler is 3 and 15. I also was very surprised at how much damage Susano just did to us, though. That's a lot of damage. Like, he's 2 did what, like 600 or 700 damage to me? I don't think I was gonna die. I'm pretty sure I was gonna win that trade on the mid Phoenix. Didn't touch Susano damage at all, so yeah. I mean, realistically, this game should have been bad for him because we had an Ares, but yeah, I mean, they were really stacked. I'm actually surprised we even had a single fucking chance this game. So I'll say that at least. I kind of had fun that game too. I have not played much Jingwei lately, but that was a lot of fun. Made it bounce with my build. Are you sure? Because you still have hands. I'm not sure my Ares had hands. Good night? Damn snotty. Did you play all night? Have a nice sleep though. Yeah, Thorin played really well too. It was just tragic that we were lacking a player on that one. Just need sleep, I'm very tired. Gotcha. Yeah, I know, Snotty. I'm playing on my ult, and literally every game I'm getting ADC. It's actually insane. Everyone hates the fucking role, apparently. I'm trying to play jungle and mid. Nope. That ain't happening. Oh, this hand fucking sucks. There you go. Take nothing. To be fair, you have ADC third. Not on my ult. On my ult specifically is what I mean. Here I do. Because I don't mind ADC. But on my ult, I'm trying to play things that I don't play. Like jungle. And I suppose I do play mid as well, but I would rather play mid and jungle. I want to be like central of it on my ult. To have a bit more of an impact in my games. And in that one I have ADC and support last, I believe. Actually, do I? Maybe I have ADC third. Because I don't want to play solo on that account. I guess it's the same situation then. ADC is probably third on my ult too. If you're not tired of playing... yeah, Huye, Uller, Acne, Kali are playing against, it's fine. Yeah. I mean, I don't even play ADC, and I'm also tired of just seeing those characters. Uller I'll play because I just think he's fun. But I can play that in solo too, so... On her, I'm kind of tired of, I guess. I haven't really felt like playing him for a while. But... Wow. To find a match or not? Is it glitched? What is this? I don't think I've seen this shit before. Why is it doing this? Okay. I was stuck on that for so long. Right, so... What the fuck have I been doing in this one? I'm just dead. I guess I'm just dead. I can't even make it to the first boss in this fucking game anymore. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But now, right now, if I get ADC, I'm not really too sure what I would even play. I'm definitely also a bit tired of the current ADCs. I think I'm mainly just tired of Hu Yi. Like, he's just fucking everywhere. And he's so hard to deal with. Also, did my Q just fuck itself again? Bro, what's happening? I'm relocking. The fuck, man. So a guy who beat the whole game with 1 HP. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely... One thing is skill, I imagine, but... Surely there's some kind of luck thing as well. Sure, fuck it. Let's go for a rare relic. No, not the curse one. For each curse in your deck, you gain 1 strength. I mean, I don't really like that. I don't want to collect curses. Guess I'll try though. Who is even queuing right now? Is there like a good queue going? Oh, Nikai is back. Let's see. He's already in game. Woofy is also in game. It's just different queues, I guess. Adapting is not playing today. Oh well, I'll just keep going then. No easy queues to snipe right now. I've been looking at that game that came out recently, Hell Is Us. Has anyone played it? I'm curious about it. Because it looks pretty cool. It's got pretty decent reviews as well. But I'm not too sure. It's one of those games where they're at least saying there won't be much hand-holding and that you have to like really pay attention to clues and stuff. And it's kind of like Soulsy, which is obviously a good thing for me. I do like the Souls aspects of things. But I don't know. I did just finish Silk Song. And that is definitely not a hand-holding game. I mean, I guess I go for the curse, right? Give me the curse.
Your god.
Oh, mid. Hmm. Let's play some Saul. Find my clues as long as they're in my journal. I'm pretty sure it is. It's kind of like a almost detective-y type thing where like the main character will write it down in like the journal so you can still like read it through again and stuff. I think the main thing you won't be able to, from what I've... Again, I played the demo though, but if you talk to like NPCs and stuff, they will tell you something, and that I believe that will not necessarily be written down. I forgot, so I'm not too sure on that. But generally I think that is cool. Like the types of games that want you to figure stuff out yourself and just listen to dialogue and find clues and all that stuff. I do think that is nice. And put that in the Souls setting, and I mean, that's honestly sounds like a recipe for a masterpiece to me. For my personal enjoyment, but we'll see what happens. I'll probably try it eventually. Oh my god, it gets stronger with every card. I forgot. I have to just kill it. No. Oh my god. Their team comp is something. That's a lot of CC. Going Blink would probably be a really bad idea. What do I want? What do I need?
Minions have spawned.
Targ is so greedy. Yeah, I was noticing red buff still ticking on him where he went. Wasn't gonna let him get that for free with that HP. Let's just swap up the build here.
Is under attack.
Go for Deso instead. I'll get Polly second.
You lost the mana.
Attack!
Enemy has been slain.
I was ready to chase it regardless with my blink.
Time to explode! Retreat!
Yes.
Probably into Soul Gem. Not too sure what I want to go third. Got a pretty good XP lead.
Be right back!
Gank!
Stable mutation! Zap! On my way! Safety override failing!
Ally has been slain.
Okay. Enemy missing left.
Not really much to do there.
Completed.
Power overwhelming! Enemies incoming left!
I do think Soul Gem is the correct choice third though, the more I think about it. But just a little bit of life steal probably helps a lot as well. Wow, he can fully just interrupt my one? That's crazy. It's such a long animation too.
Be careful! Enemies have returned to base!
Sneaky fuckers.
Be careful!
Reloading! On my way!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Is my domain.
Override valid.
Let's tip the scales.
Ally has been slain. The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
We gotta kill at least, but this feels so sloppy. Like it,
You'll also
I don't know what's really happening here. There's not much damage is really going out. The Giannis is just TPing in, doing damage without really dying for it instantly. Though I ended up positioning myself pretty badly in the middle of it all. Nem is just running at people though. So Nem is definitely gonna be an issue. We don't have a great combat really dealing with it outside of Apollo, I suppose.
Be careful, right?
No issues here.
Soul 2 feels like it should be hitting like situations more. Like it's really weird. There are definitely cases where I just why is she just here laughing at me?
wash them away.
Keep my passive going.
Tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
What is Giannis doing? He's losing so much XP.
All fours have been wall. So sad.
Your right tower is under attack.
I believe I didn't actually get him though.
destroyed.
Enemies at the Gold Fury! Retreat, middle lane!
Attack Fire Giant!
Attack Fire Giant.
Your left
It's
tower
4K.
is under attack.
They don't have ults.
Stable mutation!
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Yeah, like what are we doing then? Are we going to them?
Your left
You're very
tower
quiet,
is
by the way. I
under
can barely
attack.
hear you. I lost my tower for this too.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted! Be careful left!
Okay.
Like a jaguar.
Your left tower is under attack.
Attack right lane. Attack right lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Attack. Attack. Attack.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
Why are you so scared?
Why do I never have music on when you play? It's just distracting to me. I can, but I don't know.
Your right tower is under
It, like, I mean, it's probably tied to my autism, right? Where I get overstimulated too much. I do have my
Your left
my
tower is
diagnosis.
under attack.
I think it just clutters too much in my head. Just too much stuff in my ears. When I'm already playing a game. I can do it when I just chill playing a game, but like when I actually have to focus and listen to things, like for Thor ults and Thana ults, even though they're fucking silent anyway, I generally don't like having music on.
Attack middle lane. Enemies in right lane. Enemies in right lane. Enemy spotted.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
We just don't have any pressure at all, it feels like.
Retreat middle lane!
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Enemy missing middle! Enemies at the fire giant!
On my way. Enemies in right lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower.
Let's just surrender. Get it out.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
That one's completely... Dude, where is everyone even? I don't understand. Like, why is Pele left? Where was my chalk? Why is it just me, Gep, and Apollo on fire?
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's whatever, man.
Phoenix is under attack. Your right Phoenix has been destroyed.
And we still lost the Phoenix through all of this too, on top of it all. If we have Chuck here to zone as well as Pele, like, whatever. I don't even want to go into it. It's so stupid, dude.
Your left tower is under
The call wasn't even bad. It's just people were just not doing it. Why the fuck was Pele and right or and left doing waves? And then Butch showed up and she died. Okay, cool. Maybe if she was with us, we could maybe peel for him. Whatever.
You know, Janos can steal fire with
Mate, no, don't. Just don't start. Like, it's fucking fire. No, you
It doesn't matter now, guys. Okay, are you serious, bro? There's no way you let it bounce to me. Let's just get out, boys. It's useless.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Why is everyone so quiet? It has to be a me problem. I don't get it. Like, it's so fucking high already.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been
It's fucking dying because Pele got hit by that. I didn't even realize I was gonna get bounced on. I had my ult up if I really needed it. I just wasn't aware. I'm too out of it after that fire call. Okay. Nice chuck ult as well.
I was jumping and I fucking inside your roof, man.
Wash them away.
I suppose you could.
Oh my god, boys! Can we get one kill out of the shit I'm doing here? Please! I'm begging you. Just one. That's all I ask. Turned your mic higher? What? Did I? Oh yeah, that's mine.
enemy spotted.
I mean, they're just gonna dive the Titan, right? He's alone. What the fuck is he playing up like that? Surely they just dive the Titan and get this over with. Right? At the same time, I do want to try and play it out. I think we can win this. I really do.
Enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack. No wickedness.
There it is.
They are so dog shit.
They actually just went in and healed it. No way they actually fucked that one up.
Never mind.
Just go straight to fire after the mid tower.
Yep. How did they fuck that up? Like, holy.
They just didn't group. Like, Bots wasn't in there with them, and Uller was way further behind. They should have just waited. Now we just gotta chill and wait for a Titan to regen back up, and then we can actually play the game again.
So Yana's beats is down.
I don't know what to buy for my last two items. Well, I guess I have to go pen, actually.
I hope this will last.
They do have a pretty hefty front line.
Enemy spotted.
Nem is not that tanky to me, though. Not yet. I should probably just bought a full op shard instead of finishing my starter here. But whatever. That's what it is.
I'm ulting. Got the Ganesha.
That's fine, just fall back then, get gold.
Your left tower is under attack. The pirates were standing Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower is under attack.
I'll defend left. You're 8 gold behind.
Destroyed the pyramids.
Be careful. Be right back.
I need a little bit of more gold. Yeah, we're way 8k behind. That's what a full team wipe and multiple objectives is gonna do to get you back. We're still at fire for 60. We should try and get mid tower before. And then just set up for next fire after.
Yeah, why?
Like, this was just a fire giant to come back into the game. Now we're officially back in. Now we're just let's not fuck it up. They're just all in on
I'm
mid.
shredding them.
They're all so fucking low. I mean, a cool play from them, honestly. I like seeing stuff like that, but surely we either at least get a Phoenix or end up with this. Aspect Chuck. Bro, stop going Aspect if you're not gonna go full damage, bro. Shit sucks. Just get Phoenix and probably get out. I don't think you can end. There's no time. Bot's back up in 10 seconds. I want to get Bloodbound. Some kind of safety. Aspect Chak proc speed stick? That's strange. Don't think that's intended. It's not a heal.
Get out. She's still behind you, be careful. That's a bot. Not there. Why are you backing off? Just go in, man. On my way. Oh, gap.
I mean, I don't know why you guys were fighting in the first place. Just group and do fire.
No, they were chasing and he just dashed in.
Enemies have returned to base.
It's fine. We still have the chance now, though. Just group and do fire.
Yeah, I'll hit in. Just started.
Just don't let them watch us. Like, bots and Giannis are the main problems here. We need to not just let them watch us do fire here. If they come, we might have to kill them.
I'm on my way. It's getting close though. Should we do gold now?
No, push while Giannis is dead. Just get pyro first. Guess I'll take it. Might need to defend right though, there's a big wave there.
Enemy spotted. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Don't go too deep, guys. Get the left Phoenix.
Your right Phoenix
If
is
we're
under
hitting left
attack.
Phoenix would be nice.
Does some good damage. Where is Shock?
Your team has destroyed
Just ulting for CG Moon. I wasn't sure if anyone was behind me. He just double dashed. Guess you see him.
Doesn't roll around.
That's neat, man. Just get out. It's fine.
I'm on my way. I'm ulting in now, full HP again.
I don't think this is good. We don't need to risk it.
That just beats. Nice. Go for the Giannis. Well played.
I'm actually very surprised we won this game. Yeah, Bloodborne book. Yeah. I was trying not to use it because I wanted to use Dagger first. But that is obviously a risk. Backland popping hard. Yeah, that worked out pretty well for us in the end. This will be your last. Probably going to be my last as well. I've had fun, like, for the most part today, because I'm just kind of playing fun stuff. Not counting the Anubis, because I didn't actually pick that. That was a panic pick. But today has been pretty fun. Have not played any tanks, though. The one game I didn't have very much fun was actually the one I was playing a tank. Well, this was just a boring-ass game. It was just me full tank Wukong versus a full tank Thor. It was so fucking boring. Yeah, it's unfortunate, Thorin. You guys cooked it. That was absolutely in your hands for the majority of that game. It's Tactico, Devil, Sanguine, and Umbral. I think the main issue with Wukong is that he's just not a great tank in lane. He just loses against most things, because he has so little base damage on the 1 and the 2. I literally could not fight back into Thor at all. But I think Thor is also maybe a bad example, because he generally just is really good as a brawler in solo. I was surprised I wasn't punished more for going Blink. I really thought I was gonna die on cooldown into a Bots and a Ganesh. And I wouldn't even say, like, you guys, like, you definitely tried. The amount of times Ganesh was, like, sprinting it down on that Stampede to try and catch me was quite often, but that was pretty funny. That was fun, though. I think Mage Sol is really fun to play. And going Blink actually worked out better than I thought, but I probably wouldn't do it again. I think Aegis is just generally way better on Sol. You can be immune for so long if you go Aegis. Trying to immune as much damage here as I can. Wait, Nate still plays the game? Wow. Wow. Oh shit. I might need to try and end this one in this turn. I can't! Bro, this is so stupid. Because I'm getting 3 cards that don't do damage. I just needed one more. Oh well. No, they have a DC! No, dude. End me, Sir Demon. With your 3 HP. Your 5 million damage. Let's just go for the easy combats. Pretty decent. A shop, really? Right before the shop? That sucks. Guess I'll do a poison build in this one. Oh, that's nice. It's a very lucky round so far. Getting a lot of items. I'll take it. Oh, good. Also, it's nearing my birthday, so I still think I'll do a birthday stream on the day itself, which is the 25th. I'm not sure if it's going to be any longer than usual, though. So far, I don't really have any plans to do anything like with family. And it probably won't be on the day anyway. Because I believe it's a Thursday, too. It's a Thursday. It's a pretty normal, busy day to do anything anyway with family. So I'll probably just chill, do a stream. 150 kill challenge. -1 per death. I feel like I probably can 150 is a lot. Just considering how many games that I would have to play to get that. If it's the normal sized stream at like a 4-hour session or so, 150 is a lot. But that is a fun idea, though.
Select your god. Sapari, how did he do it then? Did he just have like a counter? Or how... Like, what would be the point, I guess? Like, obviously just for fun. For like just a challenge, but... It feels almost weird doing it without any sort of like giveaway or... Like, what's the point of reaching the goal?
Tsukuyomi.
I wasn't really thinking of doing anything special necessarily. Like, I'm saying I'm doing a birthday stream, but like, I don't really know what that means. It's just gonna be another stream, I guess. On a normal day. Originally I was thinking I was just gonna do a long stream, but then they decided to release Hades 2 on the 25th, so that's not the case anymore. Because I definitely want to play Hades 2 when that comes out. Specifically in its 1.0. I know it's been out for a while, but 1.0 is the big one. I might go Lifebinder in this one. Hercules is pretty rough. At the same time, I don't know. Maybe I can't fit in Lifebinder if I still want to do Bancroft.
That was incredible!
No.
Woohoo! I am
No.
sorry.
No. But yeah, let me know if you have any ideas for a potential birthday stream, like challenge or I don't know, some other weird shit. Could be fun to just make it something different, but I also am not the biggest like tech guy when it comes to setting up interesting things on stream, so I don't really know. Like, as something simple as a counter that would just give me kills. Well, I guess it would be maybe more of a mod thing that I could do in chat, I guess, but if I had to get like a 150 kill challenge, someone probably has to keep count of that, because I don't think I could do it myself. I'll forget that shit 100%.
Say this, but I still on screen. My bad, guys. Sorry.
Watch your step. This won't miss.
You are as wise as you are strong.
It's not looking good, fam.
That was incredible!
Aegis Herc. Everyone goes Aegis these days. It's the law. I don't know. I guess he went for it because of Tsukuyomi. I don't really know though. I wouldn't recommend it on a Herc. I feel that's one of those characters where I would always just go Blink. Or if I really need beats, I go beats. But Aegis does feel like a strange one.
Enemy has been slain.
Mulan no mana, Mulan no mana.
I have enough cooldowns for
I don't
that.
have abilities. 2 seconds.
That's some done.
It's okay, it's done, it's done.
Follow instructions.
Nice, good job.
Wow, listen to that communication. Holy moly. Holy moly. We're winning today, boy.
That's all he beats.
Watch your step. Divinity. Fall before me.
Think nothing of it.
Perfect. The plan was never to kill. The plan was to make him back. No,
No
dude.
fucking way, man.
Damn, it's gonna be an early surrender.
Yeah,
Getsu. Burn bright.
Ultimate is ready.
it's our age quit, and he stopped streaming.
Enemy ultimate.
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks.
Yeah.
An enemy has returned.
Oh. Oh.
Maybe it was internet, maybe it was internet. Dark is
Wow.
not a known rage quitter.
Enemy ultimate down.
He's back.
Think nothing of it.
Yeah, just get the yearly poly. No aspect?
Move
No,
on
because
mid.
people tell me it's shit.
Oh, watch out.
And I
Madame
haven't
is there.
tried it, so that's another reason. I keep forgetting it existed, so I haven't even checked it out in practice. I do want to check it out.
Way.
Careful. Right.
Yeah, he's strong.
Yeah, it's a GG's, I mean,
So
Is he just walking at you? Is he
I'm going
joking?
mids.
I found them, boys. Herc is 1 HP. Okay, I mean, I expected one person to gank. I didn't expect 2. Herc Aegis as well. It's fucking Aegis.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down.
Potential life binder diff.
Enemy has been slain.
Can I gank my own lane? Oh, it's probably too late.
Your right tower is under attack.
Down.
Watch your step.
Is there anything in mid here for me? No.
And there's nothing we can do in mids.
Getsu. Burn bright.
It is tiring. Learning so many new things. Ultimate is ready.
Got a man up.
That feels bad.
Oh, I thought you
I
were
had
gonna
it
ult me.
charged.
I was ready.
I did, I had it charged, I was literally...
3 people in left, 3 people in purple.
Guess we're not going in on right then. Fucking hell.
Ultimate is ready.
Alright, time to just sit back. This is kind of what I expected from this matchup too. The fact that I even got a kill early was surprising. I need to just sit back, hurt this too much damage, and I don't have the... I can only poke. I cannot brawl. Hey Wolfie, appreciate the rate. Hope you had a good stream.
You can do purple maybe.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm gonna back.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
I can try to gain Kirk.
Can you
I
follow
mean, he
me?
has
Can you follow me?
ages.
Oh my
Can you follow
god.
me? Can you follow me? Can you follow me? Can you follow me?
Yeah, come here, come here.
This won't miss. Watch your step.
Enemy has been slain.
They're chasing you. I gotta leave.
Tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
What? How did that hit me? Ult me!
Ultimate is down.
No.
I'm also dead.
Mulan wasn't left.
Your right tower is under attack.
Mulan is behind me.
We got fast
Mulan
for
here.
it. We do
I'm
anything
fine.
on the hook?
His ult is down, but I still think he has ages.
Aegis. What?
He's low.
They're all in around left jungle, yeah, they're all in left jungle.
Ultimate is ready.
You can invade blue, no? I don't know.
It's probably down.
Mid is going ahead, mid is going ahead. I have ult. He has no beats, he has no beats.
Should be dead, right? Mulan behind.
Sorry guys if it's a bit loud. I turned people up, but now it's a bit
She
too
has
loud, I
ult,
feel like.
she has ult.
Enemy missing left.
Ultimate is ready.
It was so quiet for so long, now I turned it up
She
and it's
wasn't on
fucking loud. No in between.
Just pull
Try
you
80.
down.
Mulan both.
Can
on
maybe
the
do
left jungle
gold.
somewhere. Yeah, we can actually.
Hano
On my
beats.
way.
Mola no ult.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
This purple is up.
Ultimate is ready.
They are really trying to kill me. That's kinda weird. What's no ult?
Enemy has been slain.
Mola 3 are dead.
I mean, that should be a dead Mulan, right? Oh, she missed, okay.
The rain shall wash them away.
How is the volume now, guys? Better? It's better for me at least.
Hano mana.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
I'm TPing it.
Enemy
Nice
has been
job.
slain.
Reef. Noted.
Be careful with bats. Wow.
The rain shall wash them away.
Where's our support Baron? Wow.
I mean, I did say be careful. I guess I should have said retreat, go to base.
I'm already joking. I am
Just
already
get him here.
joking.
I mean, fuck you, actually.
Huh?
Yeah, you heard me, right? I give you a kill and that's what you say to me?
No.
You give me the kill after I said it.
Nah, you lie.
I believe it makes him ranged because me, but once again, I actually do not know that much about it.
Ultimate is ready.
I have not invested a single second into learning about it.
Falling back.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy has been slain.
I mean, how could you expect it? Literally just a 5-man rotation.
Fire is down.
I'm kidding.
Your left tower.
I mean, you ain't wrong, we should do pyro.
I mean, we can do pyro, yeah.
I don't know what his idea was.
Okay. You can
He did his
follow
best, okay?
instructions.
Don't know why I took it. My tower's already down, I won't be able to use this shit for years.
You are as wise as you are strong.
Your left tower is under attack.
You know, this isn't my last game anyway, more than likely. So I'll just check the aspect on stream before I go. After this in practice. Let's just do that.
Be careful middle, he is in mid.
His purple is up. I'll dare come to the game.
Much longer.
That might be a good
Game.
boys.
My ult's up in 5.
If you go to the TPM, I'll be able to help you.
Yeah, that should be okay.
Oh, it's fine, he's out. We can do gold, they're all in right now.
Yeah,
Yep.
we can do it.
Squeeze on me.
I'm coming left. Umbat is here.
I'm on my way. I'm coming to you.
Got back.
Three guys down.
Wash them away.
Now that's how it's done.
I'm away, my ult's up too.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Doesn't even matter.
I'm bad solved.
An enemy has left the
Umbat
game.
speeds.
This won't miss.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Yes, I do.
Clean finish. Nice glory to Athens.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
This won't miss.
Glory to Athens.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Okay. You can follow instructions.
Yeah, so this game feels kind of over, I guess. Are you winning, son? I am currently winning, yes. Or my team is. I'm just a solo laner. I just watch from the sidelines for the majority of it.
Glory to Athens. You are as wise as you are strong.
The pyromancer has arrived.
On my way. Big middle.
Shingetsu, strike!
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the fire giant.
Enemy missing right.
Curses.
Let's just drive Gino and this.
What's this here?
Yeah, I heard them.
Damn. Where's my support?
I mean, that's a troll right there. Can we just report our jungler?
I already did. I did it yesterday.
Huh? What did I do yesterday?
You were alive
Everything.
yesterday.
What did you not do yesterday is the question.
I mean, that's a sin,
I
by the way.
actually can't-
Saying,
I
shaking
genuinely
my
can't
head, that's a sin.
Yeah. Games have taken a toll on me recently.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I guess they just don't want to surrender.
The party's
I report jungler, I mean, he didn't ult me. I don't know why.
Try to say new one.
So you swapped me for Noah. That's what you said. Okay.
Yes. Every day.
On my way.
I mean, I would too, actually like it's a Noah. I
mean,
guess.
there's no way I catch this bat ever, but I'm going for it.
Wait. On my way.
I'll take it back.
Oh, you deserve that goal. Oh, you should have died, holy fuck, man.
Naught and 2.
Oh no! 183.
Yo, can we have 5 left finders in this game?
Minion's gonna end it. Yeah. 1k! Go on back. And go. Titan reset. It's 2k now, 3k. Titan is healing fast.
Well, dagger didn't go off when I pressed it.
Where's my support, man?
Curses.
At least get his dagger in it, come on.
No way.
That's crazy, man.
Let's go, Nate!
Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is down.
Stay alive.
I canceled my 2.
I ult you, I ult you, I ult you. Go in!
Ult me! Fuck!
Aha, I'm logging it.
enemy has been slain. Your team
I really don't do any damage to them alone. Fucking hell, dude. Trying to end the game and I'm the one being punished for it.
GG.
It's crazy. A bit of an unfortunate, somewhat boring last game here. Alright, let me check this freaking aspect. I'm nowhere close to getting any skins on this fucking character. One day though. Actually, are they good? Yeah, they're pretty good. This one is almost too similar to the normal one, I guess. It's kind of the same color scheme, so I guess I don't like the opal that much. I definitely gotta get this one. This one's awesome. What did I get reported for yesterday? I was just joking, man. Just joking. Alright, let me check out this shit. I haven't even seen you play lately, Impact. Don't think Tsuku aspect is good. I believe you. I definitely believe you. I'm just surprised not to see it at all. Like, I haven't seen anyone try it. You know? So, when gaining Shingetsu ranged attack, they become Mangetsu ranged attack instead. So what? That is the... Oh, does that go from purple to white then? Is that white only? Dark Moon Shuriken no longer sticks to gods. Piercing Moonlight hits each... Wait, okay, so no, it's not even ranged. Wait, what the fuck is the point then? Yeah, so you always get that one. Okay. And if you ult, you will not go... Yeah, you will go back. Okay. I mean, damage-wise, it's probably not that bad, right? Let me just build some shit here. I don't know, I guess I'll go for the strength build. What would you even have with strength?
Elegant.
I don't know, something like this, I guess. Granted, it's probably gonna do decent damage as like the full late game build, but it is less. Quite a lot less than what you would with a dash. You go full in with this? That makes sense. I was just thinking about that too, because you're relying on the shots more than the dash itself in the ult. So that definitely makes sense. I can't sell Bluestone, but let me get rid of the rest. See how that translates. I'll just go for the build that I had in that game. Probably have something like this. Yeah, I mean, this damage is the same, right? So you just... Yeah, I mean, you always have that one. It's not bad. Oops. I could definitely see that being a lot better. Because then you can still stay safe. You're fully reliant on just being just always ranged then. Yeah, I mean, that I could definitely see it. I don't think this would be bad. Like, just the nature of how Int works and how strong Int is right now. Like, having this in mid... Like, whether it's better is obviously up in the air. But I cannot see this being bad. And like the fact that you always get the white one too. Yeah, so you always get Mangetsu, right? So that's bonus physical damage and restores health. That's a bit of a strange one though. Is it always physical damage despite going full int? I guess that makes... Actually, they scale with better with int too. How much is just a single auto then? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Just from the auto itself. Bro, 420? Alright, I mean, honestly, if I get Tsuku again in one of my later streams, remind me if you see me get Tsuku. I actually want to try the aspect, since I'm going int anyway. I actually like int a lot more in solo, now that I've played it a few times. The only thing that sucks is losing the movement speed on the 2, not the stun, I guess. But for the most part, it actually feels better to me. When you fully just admit and just fully play it as a mage, then it's a lot more fun to play. Alright. Should give the movement speed on the 2, in my opinion. Maybe a little bit. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I just think the ability just feels a lot better without the movement or with the movement speed, obviously. But the fact that it has a pretty good range, man. It's got almost auto range. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. Right now, he obviously does not need a buff in any way. You waiting to cure? Just testing? No, I'm done. I wanted to see the aspect first, though. I wanted to check it. But I guess. Also, I guess it was worth noting I have Bluestone right now as well. That's still been pretty good damage, bro. Considering it scales more with int than it scales with strength. Even on the Mangetsu attack. Alright. That's cool. I definitely want to try it. No way to remove Bluestone? No, you just have to restart. It's just, I don't know, starters and smite are just glitched. Perma-glitched. You cannot buy a new one. Like, if I do this, you can only undo the second you buy it, but like if you leave or anything like that, you can't really sell it. Let me try this again though, now that I'm here anyway. Just to see how it feels, or how much damage it does. I mean, that's between two targets as well, right? But it's just on a single target? Oh, never mind. I'm not even aspect, my bad. So yeah, it does AoE too. I actually forgot about that. So if I'm close enough... I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not bad. So yeah, from what I can see, what was it before? 410? So now it's 430, so it went up by 20 damage. It's not really a huge deal, but the auto itself does do way more damage, or a little bit more damage with it. Not to mention poly, obviously. Alright. Does it still dash multiple targets if you had multiple targets? It does. It dashes once, I believe, between them. From what I could see. Yeah, so it will hit them once. Okay, I definitely want to try this. I definitely want to try this next time I play. The only reason why I was really confused, I just forgot that its existence completely, was because I hadn't even seen it. Even when Tsuku was let through, they still had non-aspect. But I suppose that makes sense if you're not building this in mid. Like, realistically, you probably wouldn't put it in solo. That's just me wanting to play something else. It's probably the only, like, actual role it can play would be mid. Because it's definitely just full on mage. Anyway, guys, that's gonna be it for now. I don't know if I'll be playing tomorrow, but I'll just be back on Friday, I believe. But I might still play tomorrow, we'll see. But thank you guys, I really appreciate you stopping by. Wait, what do you want, Bingus? What's up? End of stream? Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.